Итак, приветствую вас, дамы и господа, и добро пожаловать на вечернюю трансляцию по Tales of Arise. Возможно, сегодня пройдем, кстати. Я, правда, не уверен, но, возможно, пройдем. И как меня Ситилинг задолбал один раз в жизни, там что-то купил и все, они прям... Боже мой, купите, у нас тут акции, вот тут акции, вот тут акции, вот здесь у нас тоже акции. У нас везде акции, купите. У нас цены в 4 раза дороже, чем у всех остальных магазинов, но вы же купите. Гребаный Ситилинк. Кошмар какой. Так. Здравствуйте, Оксабр. Здравствуйте, Джинк. Здравствуйте, Дэнни. 3 раза. Здравствуйте, Федор. Среда наступила. Осталось 2 дня. 2 дня. Нужно будет поспать. Ай, господи, 2 дня. Отмучиться бы. Эх. Так. Слушайте, вроде как бы особо интересные... Вот, смотрите, сегодня днем хакеры опубликовали эти утечку объемом... Погоди, это как... А, ну да. 120 фигов, в которой содержатся разнообразные детали данных сервисов Twitch, в том числе исходный код. Интернет, SDK, инструменты, файлы необъявленных проектов, также данные заработки стримеров. Значит, что подобным образом утекли личные данные пользователей. О, неплохо. В том числе пароли, поэтому сейчас рекомендуется сменить их и активно вовлекаться на сам Twitch, никогда находишься в распоряжении сайтов, в том числе хостинга. Ага. Класс. Короче... Да, на ДТФ. Кошмар какой. Да. Как тебе Twitch платят? Нисколько. Мне вообще ни разу в жизни ни за что не заплатил. Было бы неплохо, если бы, конечно, это было так, но... Давайте посмотрим, сколько мне Twitch платит. Так. История выплат. Аналитика канала выплаты. Выплата возможных, нихера себе. Так, отчетный месяц. Ты используешь другой метод вывода. Введите пароль. Блин, я думаю, я помню свой пароль. Вот нихера себе. Очень прикольно. То есть я за рекламу на Твиче заработал 0. Я ни одного цента не заработал. Короче, Twitch мне нисколько не платит. Ну его в задницу. Кошмар какой. Ужасная платформа. Просто отвратительная. Так. Дрызли Шамбер. Стрим только начался, чей-то уже ворчит. Вы представляете, стрим только как бы я просыпаюсь, уже ворчу. Я еще даже не думаю о том, чтобы начать стример. Чтобы начать стрим, я уже ворчу. Вообще кошмар. Только контента зря пропадает. Здравствуйте, Лайс. Так, ну что, поехали? Ехали. Так. Так, а куда мы поехали-то? А, сюда поехали. Там, кстати, в группе ВКонтакте голосование за выбор следующей игры. Ну вот. Угу. Так что, кому интересно, проходите, голосуйте. Так, куда мы... А, да, мы поехали. Так, финалка, Pathfinder, Total War, нет, Tales of Arise, да. Понеслась. Тут, кстати, Capcom мне так давно, по-моему, порадовала людей, сказала, что у них изменились приоритеты. Их очень прям чудовищно сильно радуют продажи на ПК-платформе. И они, в общем-то, верят, что будущее за геймингом, ну, как бы за геймингом в целом именно на ПК, и консоль это вообще прошлый век, и туда лезть не стоит. Такая вот фигня. Так. Боже мой, я тут в автобой без звука пускал, блин, так тихонько было. Здравствуйте, Алексеус.
This could be useful.
Здравствуйте, Драгонастер. Короче, я тут автобой пускал бегать по башенке, так что вот меня немножко подкачало. Что меня, естественно, несказанно радует. Конечно, опыта дают за бой, прям копеечно прямо. То, что, кстати, часть старого клипа продать, потому что денег вообще тупо вообще никак не было. То есть деньги в игре вообще не парятся. У меня возникло даже некоторое желание внезапно включить чит-энджин и внезапно обнаружить, что мне оставили очень богатое наследство. Кто-то из спасенных мною данианцев. Так внезапно, так 13 миллионов мне накинули, и вот так вот, ну так получилось. Но я подумал, что настолько баланс, блин, игры ломать я, пожалуй, не стану. Хотя еще, естественно, немножко подбешивает геймдизайн, который сделан вот, специально для того, чтобы... Либо ты тратишь на игру прям чудовищное количество времени, либо... Ну, докидываешь символические суммы, скажем так, для того, чтобы комфортно играть. И что самое, кстати, интересное, это относится, скорее всего, только к высокому уровню сложности. Потому что я честно сомневаюсь, что на нормале или на изи это вообще даже, блин, в теории может понадобиться. Здравствуйте, Дикин. Давай, иди сюда, пузончик. А когда мы, пожалуйста, бежим.
The wise warrior knows when to call it quits.
Кстати, напоминаю, что в группе ВКонтакте проходит голосование за следующие игры. Вот. Ну, потому что плюс-минус в 20-х числах октября у нас вроде как есть планы на Disciples 3 Liberation и на Gloomhaven. Gloomhaven. По-моему, Gloomhaven. Вот. Я там выяснил, что вроде как есть фанатская русификация, так что плюс-минус на ней посидим. Ну как фанатская, просто кто-то, не будучи особо ленивой жопой, вытянул настоящую русификацию с сайта Hobby World. Да. Вот, и добавил все это туда. Disciples вызывает подозрение. Честно, да. Ну это скорее даже не Disciples будет, похоже, а очень чем-то сильно напоминающее King's Bounty. Ну, знаете, вот эти вот от Катаури. Ну, на серьезных щах. Ой. Десембр, кстати, у всех вроде как вызывал плюс-минус подозрения, но вот сейчас вроде как идет, ну, не знаю, демо уикенда или что-то вроде этого. Там люди играются, и вроде как нормально. Здравствуйте, Синталис.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Please the agile one. Severing wind. Soaring light spear. No further. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone. Now. The flame inside is pure to be let free. I can carve through armor. Raining resonate with the blew away.
I never miss. Raging cascade.
Blast. Eternal devastation.
Don't mind if I do. I can handle it. Far enough. Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got.
Well done.
Here I come. Raining blast. Totally. In an instant. Impact block. The heavens must be smiling.
Так, кто там что создает? Старые параллельно создает. Кажется, в генере искать сменить ориентацию. А в чем разница между маленькой белочкой и более детализированной белочкой? То есть, это более фуряшная белочка, а это более просто милая белочка. И в чем разница? То есть, как бы, глубокая фури суть как была, так и осталась, что там, что там. Играет в Adobe Photoshop. Ну, естественно, играет. Это самая знаменитая игра на свете. Там Сакабас вышел. Да, я знаю. Там непонятно, люди то ли довольны, то ли недовольны. Я так и не понял, Сакабас это, блин, порно игра, это эротичная игра, это какое-то мета-заявление на что-то. Что это вообще такое? Я получается профессиональный геймер, но так это... Ну не, в милых животных нет фури сути, поэтому просто белки мы пришли к фуряшным белкам. Ну понеслось сразу к боссу. Это какашка. А босс какашка? Угу. Да не, вроде. А, это опять растение, которым мы били. Не били по яйцам, но у которых нету яиц.
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
А, Сакова с какашками. Я тоже знал.
Once we beat that thing,
Здравствуйте,
it'll stop
Алекс.
the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Фотошопера нет чести, только путь.
Is there no end to what the Renin can cook up?
I don't know if that's a machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off. Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Not today!
Odds of being interrupted.
Ох, нифига себе.
No further!
Leave the charges to me.
This will come in handy. Magic is
bathed
there!
in blood.
Rending you apart.
Bloody holiday.
Dance to the wind! Here comes!
Pressure! Blew away!
Don't mind if I do.
Where are you going?
Benediction light.
This one's all mine!
Photon raging engine! I'm only getting in! I'm saving this one!
Blew away!
I'm back into the fray.
Everlasting
Here I come!
Negative gate.
Blew away!
Annihilation! Illuminate the dark!
blade.
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Here I go! It's over! Dance in the wind! In here! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Here's evil!
Че, не понимаю, его, блин, пробивают огнем, не пробивают. А, и воздухом пробивают.
Where are you going?
Can't get out of this.
Ну, здравствуйте, зомби, блядь.
Resonate with the earth. On your knees.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Glaciers coming in their sights.
Glacial spear, pierce evil.
Что-то, по-моему, точно такой же босс уже был.
You'll soon see about that. I'm all stuffed up. Confiscated. Illuminate the dark. Spear, pierce evil. Holy land. And the sky is one. Dance in the wind. This one's mine. We don't have firearms here on Dana. I can show you. Mine if you like. That would be really awesome, Xion. Light and dance in the wind. Sleep now. More for the sunshine. Photon strike. Banana. Hold on to your art. Here I come. Holy land. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer. Holy land.
Ты фигня, уже лэп на высоком уровне, нашел побочку там олень 52 уровня. Так, и чё?
Stay away from my friend. No escape. Soaring light spear.
Holy glitter! Holy lance!
Soaring light spear. Mirage.
Glacial
The
spear.
flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Freeze laser!
Flame.
Amazing! Not long to go now.
We couldn't have done it without you.
Thanks. Come on. Let's you and me get in there and finish this fight.
Blew away. Raining flash. You're mine. Blew away. Raining flash. Blew away. It's over. Kisara, commander of heaven.
Он мне ложил. Ну, блин, олени очень страшные. Все логично. И что это было? Че, разминка перед боссом? Блин, и минералку забыл. Черт побери. Куда они попали в этот раз?
You okay? Hey, are you crying?
Not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
Дидальф, видимо, слишком тупенький, ничего не понял.
I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there. What in the world just happened?
Пиздец, был просто мужик.
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside master cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
Здравствуйте, Александр. Что произошло? Мы активно обсуждаем порно-фанфики 13-летних девочек. Присоединяйтесь.
Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However,
Идите вон, видите, 15-летней давности.
we'll need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Так, погоди, а куда мы дальше-то двинемся? Господа, я напоминаю, что в группе ВКонтакте проходит голосование за выбор следующей игры, которая будет у нас...
Yeah, but if anything, it should be...
После... хрень тебя не перенос, да? Которая будет у нас после Tales of Arise.
Actually, I've heard...
Тикаем. Здравствуй, коллег. Можно вопрос по Фендеру? Да, по всему можно вопрос. У нас тут... Пока в чате обсуждается садомия, можно все. Почему мне все время спрашивают, можно ли задать мне вопрос? То есть, ну, я всегда не против. Понимаю, если был бы лично какой-нибудь вопрос. Вчера не прошел это аниме, нет. Слишком старый для фанфика, только 18+, но сейчас она 18+. Для сидомии всегда, да. Ну как какой-то уровень, знаете, ну как бы душевная садомия есть всегда, но она градируется по уровням. НВК заблочил, может отдать свой голос за Undertale. Там его нет, но ладно. Я ему передам, когда увижу его. Тем более Undertale у нас уже был. Блин, вот это вот прям супер низкий ход. Сверху вниз просто нас тащить через все локации. Опять через тех же мобов. Undertale был ведь уже, да, был. Душевная игра, на удивление. Здравствуйте, Олег. Призываешь Сланиша в чате? Да, он там уже, видите, он там уже есть. В двух лицах. Все как положено, он мужское и женское начало. Сланиширует там потихонечку. Чуть не оценил, да и всякие нехорошие люди. Почему я не оценил? Я оценил. Геноцид пройти. На Черри взят один левел, уровень монаха, Чар изначально законопослушный нейтральный, пошел по пути Трикстера, и там просит перейти на нейтральный или даже хаотик. Когда я перейду, у меня отвалится уровень монка или его обилки типа стиль журавля, крыло журавля, нет, стиль журавля и крыло журавля это не стиль монаха. То есть их может взять кто угодно. В ДНД отваливается в основном возможность, ну как бы навыки, если вы не соответствуете мировоззрению, например, за паладина, то у вас пропадают паладинские навыки. Пасфайндере хрен его знает, с учетом того, что у меня был нейтральный монах, и все его навыки работали в какой-то определенный момент времени. Ну, когда я немножко все подломал. Вот. То все работать будет. Не переживайте.
I'll pick you all up.
Не, бонус брони точно не отвалится. Должна быть игра по типу The Billion. Я помню, да, я помню. Я помню, что я еще ржал, что кому-то не дает покоя. Ой. Love There Billion. Ну, посмотрим, будет ли она удачной. Вторая глава Дельтаруна вышла, что такое вообще Дельтаруна? Да нет, не отвалится. Ну, у меня же был нейтральный монах. 1 уровень, правда. Вам беда в том, что вы больше уровня монаха взять не сможете вообще. То есть, если он был первого уровня, он первого уровня навсегда останется. Ну и с респеком будут некоторые проблемы. Если не знаете одну хитрость.
Yeah, if only I were a cat.
Ну что за хитрость? Уровень монаха надо взять первым. Игра настолько сломана, что она позволяет вам взять уровень монаха. Даже если вы не подходите по мировоззрению, но только если это первый уровень. То есть, ну, по сути, нулевой. Такая вот хитрость.
Everyone okay?
Нафига меня заставляет спускаться так, когда я мог просто телепортироваться? Тут ни боссов, ничего. Чё к чему?
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before.
Не знаю, мне понравилась 15-я финалка, очень классно.
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
Вот только не говори, что мы сейчас
What do you
снова вверх
suggest?
полезем.
We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegus. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegus?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegus. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renin who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegus would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Может, болит просто поддерживать жизнь, сам по себе не работает.
My memories around where I parked are still a little
Сейчас
hazy,
посмотрим,
but
какой
I
там
do know
накол
that I
сегодня.
woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
Пилорсы пока вторые выигрывают.
This is it.
Yeah, as long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath.
Вези меня в
If
зад,
anyone there knows
мужик.
something, I figure it's him. But first. Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are.
Ну что, две руки,
No,
две
I'm
ноги.
serious.
Все остальное
Back
вроде
when
тоже
we
на
first
месте.
met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
Сломанных билдов. Куда? Блин, ну я не делаю еще сломанные билды, я просто делаю веселые билды.
Want me to go?
Сломанные билды у меня припасены на соло-прохождение.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hoodle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Патсфендер сам, блин, по себе сломанный. Так что...
Thank you.
Все честно.
Rinwell. Kisara.
Тем более в игре нет ни одной вменяемой брони.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship
Ну,
continues.
какой сложности? Да нечестно.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Отправиться в Ульсбалек. Ульсбалек. Отправиться в Ульсбалек. А чё, кстати, за богомола дают?
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too? Well...
Ну, как знаете, ваше мнение по поводу стиля одежды. Последовавшего видео подобрал яркий костюм, как вам? Очень мужественно, да. Слишком бросается в глаза. Ну как же. Я, конечно, посоветовал бы посмелее, но ты будто в настоящий бой собрался, и теперь хоть и выделяешь, но в плохом смысле. Как все сложно. Но я так просто не сдам, все продолжу искать свой стиль. Ну, удачи тебе. Броня собраться нормальной по мерке 3,5. Понятие нормальная броня по мерке 3,5 это плюс 10, блин.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Деньги за квест, 12-13 СК, я точно помню, 135 очков прокачки. Не какая-то.
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Danan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
То, что магией закастоваться не хуже, чем в топ-броне, это смысл любых воинов-магов. То есть это вполне себе нормальная тема.
You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Лети сетей.
Lenegis?
Ну,
Are you out of your
плюс-минус.
damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Блин, опять данжик.
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way.
Эй, ты готов или нет? О, пылающий меч, я тебя не заметил. И с тобой? Ты ведь Лоу, да? Пацан Зефира. Да чтоб мне повалиться, когда ты успел так вымахать? Поверить не могу, вчера только был крох, а теперь в отряде самого пылающего меча. Твой старик тобой гордился бы. Меня не жди, потом догоню. Ясно. А еще увидимся, Лоу. Вы знакомы? Я-то его не помню, если и встречал раньше, то когда был совсем маленьким. Но мог бы хоть поздороваться в ответ. Но ведь это из-за меня погиб отец, сам знаешь, как его тут любили. Опять у вас тут драма начинается на пустом месте. Слово, все хорошо. Он до сих пор толком не отошел от смерти Зефира. Но я его не виняю, тяжело только выдерживать в его-то возрасте. Понятно, да, молодцы. Вы это уже обсуждали. Так, что, будем пробовать богомола вломить? Или ну его нафиг? Посох бы мне, конечно, не помешало сделать. Да не готовить оружие, хочу изготовить аксессуар. Мне тут интересно, пробитие плюс 80%, сопротивление минус 80%. Звучит, конечно, интересно. А золото продать можно? Nope. И не, понимаешь, что сопротивление мое минус 80. Ну, пробитие, видимо, побивает броню, как бы это странно не звучало.
You can tell it's tough just looking at it. Let's dispose the trash.
Hurry up! Here I come!
Lunar corruption! I think I'll pass on the hand.
You're mine! Raining slash! Burn!
Lunar corruption! By the power of water!
Raining slash!
Blow away!
Raining
Take
this!
Downfall!
Blow away!
Where are you going?
Raining slash!
Illuminate the dark!
All gone shall
you!
break this night!
Only red! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Raining slash! Blow
Lunar
away!
corruption!
Это очередная слабость к воздуху.
Power of water! Illuminate the dark!
It's wide open!
It won't escape me.
Blow away! Raining slash! Blow away! Eat dirt!
Bathed in blood!
Divert wind! Bloody Blow away! Raining slash! Here I come! Raining slash! Blow away!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Now see what I can do.
Make an escape! Here I come! I'm not done! Take this! Marna!
I'm out of ammo! Back in the spray!
No escape!
Begin!
It's on! Blow away! Ignite!
You require
Blow away!
Tempest! Corruption! I'm ready!
can't get out of this.
Gemini Aqua!
Raining
Annihilation! Where are you going? Illuminate the dark! Cut forth! Holy glimmer!
Blow away!
Holy land!
You're mine!
И какой же он жирный, а?
By the power of
Blow
fire!
away! Pay for that!
From beyond,
This should do
imbue
it!
this vanquished soul with love.
Radiant Pierce!
Ready and rare.
I'm out of ammo! I've still got some fight left in me!
I'll smash you.
Annihilation!
Benediction light.
Photon
Raining
blast!
slash!
Illuminate the
Eternal
dark!
devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light. Heal.
In here!
This one's all mine!
Is this what real pain feels like?
Forgive me.
Deny!
Raining slash! Blow away! Raining slash! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're finished! I'm not done! Burn in hell!
Now!
Jump!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you back
Take
from
this!
death to bid!
Blow away!
Tempest!
Raining slash!
Here goes!
Blow
Not
away!
on my watch!
А что, Халиму вы не хотите воскресить или ну его в анус? А, нормально воскресили. Слава богу. А что, не хватило, что ли? Блин, этот засранец... Ой-ой-ой, у него беготня есть. Так, его отпустило что-то эта фигня. Давай, 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 давай. Да, господи, как же он больно бьет. О, тя-тя-тя-тя-тя-тя. Да падай ты уже. Жалко, что зараз у меня такой огненный меч есть. В другую сторону и в другую. Там нет какого-нибудь, там, не знаю, ледяного меча, либо воздушного меча. Вот этой всякой фигни не хватает. Да, добивайте его.
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
Ну, смотрите, клешня богомола. 7 штук. Ой, да ладно.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Битва просто на века была. Траву дали. Ну да.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here.
I know. We'll make sure to ask what's wrong.
Yeah.
Гасимилю, правда? Да чтоб мне провалиться, но это честь для меня говорить человеком, который избавил нас от этой твари. Покажу тебе не впервые столкнуться с такой громадиной, ведь так? Да, нам не помогли. В общем, вот те материалы, которые тебе нужны. О, разве это главное? Просто рад, что с той тварью наконец-то покончено. Оставь их себе. Вот, отлично. Хоть денег дали. Удачи, Алексеус.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Короче, как не смогли ничего сделать, так и не смогли. Здравствуй, Парлайн. Как там дела? Да, вроде нормально. Так, по где-то продать. Виноградное желе. Только 3 возьмем. Лимонное желе. 4 возьмем.
You can never be too prepared. But did
We did a lot today.
Ну, давай карри забабахаем. Усиление защиты среднее.
This is perfect. I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they see this.
Давай с Дахалемом
Care
поговорим.
if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear
Зарез
any
на
of it,
картинке. Это
content
стиль
to let
манги
supposed peace and
называется.
equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way.
Вот видите,
Do you
мы
mind watching our camp tonight?
стали ближе.
Shall we get moving? It's quite hot
Так, а
here.
куда нам надо? Туннель шахты Зиона.
The climate feels different from Menancia's.
it's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Охерительные шутки. Удачи, Дмитрий.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
О,
Yes, really.
короче, блин, бегите в самое начало, черт подери.
To Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
А, лавовые монстры. Прелесть. Вулкан Берги.
So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
Что, мы какую-то более-менее вменяемую руду будем находить, или чаролит это наш максимум? Ой, блин, магматические элементали Земли, ну, ё-моё. Давайте не надо. Оказывается, это луку можно подсказать, это тут первый раз и платить за зашённые эндгеймовые. Кайф. Да, тут нам точно не подняться. Позвольте-ка. Стой, ты что, хочешь там с вами перепрыгнуть? Об этом я даже не думал, но тоже вариант. Как бы то ни было, идите, пожалуйста, я все сделаю.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Чудесное удобрение звучит. Звучит почетно.
My face is starting to sting. My throat feels super parched.
Немножко, блин, жалко, что... Ой,
Just
блин.
make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
Ребята, в принципе, используют один и тот же тип мобов везде.
Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Черт побери. Ага, мне вон туда. Экономия должна быть экономной. Ну да, то есть они, блин, только, ну, типа так меняют и все. Типа вот у нас был обычный кувырок, теперь водяной кувырок, теперь вот огненный кувырок.
I won't forgive you. Eat dirt. Pounce this.
If it curls up, time to get out of the way.
Where are you going? The flashing part's their weak point.
Удивительно, да, у них сопротивление к огню.
Now you see what I can do. Rinding you apart. Bloody hell.
Mind if I do?
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Can't get out of this.
Let's get you all tucked away. Gemini off. Here's no friend. One at a time.
Raining flash! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! If not, we did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look better.
Так, хорош говнить.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Как стоит дизайн внедрения отдельного проекта, там еще ему в сет надо прикрутить анимацию. Ну, кстати, да. Реально интересно, сколько.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Come one, come all!
By the primed and red, fall! This one's mine. It's a duel of the arts. Glacial fear, pierce evil.
We got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it. Oh, right in there.
All yours!
Ну, все-то, кстати, у всех одинаковое.
Leave the enemy's arts to me.
Поставил единственное, пока все норм. Я так и не понял, в чем ее плюс для...
Scarlet Inferno!
Ну, то есть ее позиционируют, типа, супер геймерская вся хурма, но, как бы, в чем ее плюс для гейминга, я все еще не догоняю. Тем, что в ней магазин встроенный, типа... Ну, Steam будет сразу встроенный, вот, смотрите, все будет очень круто.
Hold on to your arts. Here I come.
Ну, как бы, я могу просто зайти и скачать Steam. Спасибо большое. Или прикол вождя рядом, блин, я как-то без него живу. Мне и так норм.
I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on us, Wolverine.
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Здравствуй, черный.
Well done.
Raining flash!
Now that's my watch.
No escape! We turned the tables on her.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Blow away.
Glacial speed. Do it!
Move down.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Что-то лут какой-то тоже не оригинальный. Непонятно. Так, куда мне?
Discourteous, aren't you?
Not today. Okay, here I can carve through armor. Raining slash.
You have to aim for the bright area on their back.
Now we're not
Far enough! Look for the weak point!
The enemy wields arms too.
You'll soon see it! That! Annihilation! Mega ray! Where did that came from?
No armor in a bind.
Go get
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Holy quiver! Holy red!
ignite.
Now!
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade. My turn.
Lightning! Now in the wind! In here! Mega ray!
Блин, чего вас, блин, так тянет Эдера романтик?
Where are you going? Shattering wall!
You're mine. Blow away. Raining. Blow away.
Burning light! Glacial spear!
Here I come.
evil!
Blow away.
Free blazer!
My turn.
Benediction light.
I'm not done.
Raging storm!
Blow away.
Am I on a roll or what?
well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
О, жалешка. Эдер, ну...
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Имка, ну такое
Watch where
себе.
you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
Ох, нихера себе, вот это будет битва тысячелетия просто. Finally worth the opponent.
Their hide is thick as armor.
Not today.
Not on my watch. Far enough.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Glacial spear.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
They're attacking
Here I
from
come.
behind.
An astral
Here.
arts.
That's my cue.
I'm nearly done for. Shut him down.
А хватит, блин, в меня вкатываться.
Rage.
Блин, почему нет каких-то водяных атак?
This ends now.
Вот, животных любит вести персонаж хороший, близкий на мотивации. Первый Биаса хотел погладить, и ему не дали. Взрослый мужик умеет махать в поле, махать мечом, любить зверушек, и у него есть борода, блин. Это такая себе мотивация, ну да ладно.
You picked the wrong fight. Sword Rain Alpha coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Radiant Pierce.
Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Not a chance.
Lunar Corruption. By the wind.
Can't get out of this!
Can't I never miss.
Couldn't make it in time.
Raining slack! Blew away! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
This ends now.
Consider
Здравствуйте, Диана, всякий раз.
Looks like it could be worth something.
То есть романтик того мужиков любил хотя бы пахать в поле и махать мечом, при этом не ныл или не капризничал. Туше. Вот и был пацан рыбак, что такое золотого дракона не запускался, во всех был. Его вылечили с патчами. Опять будут скачалки. Что Грибер теряет все свои шмотки, вроде тоже был. И вот тоже с патчами все правили. Ох, нихера себе. Твою маму.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on.
Let's go!
Ифрит Малум.
Tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ядрите, тебя куда бить-то?
Focus. On your toes, everyone.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogles? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it. Design, oh, step. I'm overheating.
Raining slack! Blew away!
No further!
Lunar champion.
On your knees. Raining slack!
Ready to go.
Blew away! Not today! Take it!
Lightning to
Blew away!
Чёртово, блин, сопротивление к огню. Ох, твою маму.
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? We can't depend on them. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Just blew away!
Dance in the wind.
Benediction
In
light.
here.
Blew away!
Another incantation ruined.
Never miss. Confiscated.
I can carve through armor.
Light activity. Up and at 'em. Let's go.
Lightning to death!
У него ядро-то хоть ломается, или оно у него бесконечное внезапно?
Not today!
No dawn shall break this night.
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Эй!
Consider yourself finished. Come and face me.
Так, ладно, с этим разобрались.
Leave the charge to me.
There you go. Don't let up. Never miss. Tempest blow. Light astral and lightning condemned. Thunder blade. Power of water. Mega ray.
Блин, вы его хоть водой что ли бейте, я не знаю.
Got it. Now's our chance.
I'll face you.
Thunder blade. Illuminate the dark.
Pieces! Attack time!
Burning strike.
Здравствуйте, Хас.
Take this!
Raging cascade. In here.
It's over.
Ой.
You're mine.
Here's the knife. Raging cascade.
Blow away.
Dance in the wind.
Ой, мимо, мимо, мимо. Да, господи, прекрати бить воздух.
In a bind!
Наркоман.
Burning strike.
Raining slap.
Do it.
Blow away. River.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
I'm ready.
Leave the chargers to me.
Ничего.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No complaint here!
Так, тихо. Сбивай костыль.
Try harder.
Ours is being interrupted.
Да, дилемма.
My turn.
I can do!
Far enough. Up and at 'em. Let's go.
Еще и тут хрен, блин, тут всякой фигней кидается.
I never miss. Dance in the wind.
Those are impressive skills.
They took a lifetime to master.
You know, I should keep training. You'll pay for that.
Illuminate the dark. Transform the holy glimmer. Can't be happening. In the wind. In here. Everyone still doing all right?
Never mind us. You worry about you, Ringwell.
Right. I still got fighting me yet.
Дилемма та еще.
Shattering the pieces! I'll smash you!
Far enough. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Holy land.
Thanks. Next. Not a chance. Soaring light spear.
Benediction light.
Glacial spear.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Benediction
Just
light.
as it's ready. Here I go. You're mine. I never miss. Tempest blow.
Блин, если этот перец сейчас еще кого-то образует, будет крайне неприятно.
It's on. Okay, here I go.
А, комод пошел.
Reinforcements incoming.
Not a problem. Don't mind if I do. Here, coming through.
Stay away from my friend.
In a bind?
Blow away.
Armor won't save you! Elusive deity!
It's showtime.
Blow away.
Razor
From beyond, in view
Don't mind if I do. Art expert coming through.
resuscitation!
More with that thinking. Dance in the wind.
Here I come.
Air thrust.
Blow away.
Freeze lancer. Raging cascade. Sweet dreams. You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Now I can let loose.
Glacial. Not on my watch. Reload.
Shattering the pieces! take much more.
Denied!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered. Don't mind if I do.
Take this!
Raging storm!
Blow away!
Blown flight now!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven,
Phoenix Cyclone! Into the shadows!
resonate with the...
Watch and stalagmite! Gemini
Блин, сколько нам еще тут биться с этой... С этим, блин, подкреплением.
can't be happening!
I couldn't make it in time.
And I'll burn out!
Все обычно желе у нас потратили, да, уже?
Holy glimmer! Holy land!
Rotating
Feel the medicine working!
Raining slash!
benediction light.
Take care of...
The shattering the pieces! Attack time!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
I can't lose.
Benediction light.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Here I come!
Beyond,
Blow away!
imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
No escape!
Burning strike!
Raining
Glacial
slash!
spear.
I hear that you fight like in me!
Benediction light.
Freeze Lancer!
Burn in hell!
Here!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Get on in there with the others! Radiant
Blow
Blood!
away!
Here! Raging storm!
Давай ломай ему ядро, ломай.
Blow away!
Now you see what I can on the ground!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Demon blast!
I'm out of ammo!
Soaring blast!
Please help! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Dance in the wind! Where are you going?
Raining slash!
Can you take it? Come on! Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Смотри, какой мерзкий босс, а.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat, not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just
Elton!
watch and learn. That's enough! Go back down!
Бред Самоколов. А, что-то вперед где? О, наконец-то, нихера себе. Слушайте, ну мерзкая тварь была. Фу, блин.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that
Да,
if it
был
came out of
сильнее,
the
чем
wedge,
лорд.
it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Безжалостное пламя. Что дает? Быстрая зарядка пылающего лезвия, увеличение дистанции уклонения. Да, пожалуйста. Пушный критический урон, да, пожалуйста. Мы получили таинственный ключ, черт подери. И все мои запасы, которые у меня были, внезапно кончились. Вот это да, вот это неожиданно.
Hey, is that it over there?
О, как удачно, что ты здесь, мой милый друг. Что же я могу тебе такого продать? Угу. Торгаш больше, чтобы товары толкать. Слушайте, это гениальная идея. Броню бери. У меня вроде и так нормально. Нет, так нормальная броня. Апельсиновое желе. По-моему, только в Байднете обыграли тот приколюху, что торговец на самом деле является главным боссом.
Alvin?
Ну, как бы, типа,
Did
скрытым
you
главным
remember
боссом.
something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets
Сейчас
the
он такой
present.
один улетает, такой, пока я да неудачники.
I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Причем мы летим, мы не летим. Все равно денег нет.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
Здравствуйте, Майкл.
And a little
Прошел за
shocked,
хлеб.
too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renin. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken. And this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegus and the Renin homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegus?
Sure. I mean,
Может,
we
на
found a way to make
Леногисе
it
уже
work
никого
with
нет
Shion
там,
and
блин. Все
Dohalim,
настелено
right?
роботами.
And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegus who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegus. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns.
Я думал, что с прокачкой навыков растет урон от навыков. Ну, мне так казалось. Ну. Или просто какие-то навыки открываются. Новая звезда, новый навык. Коронавирус возрастает.
Shion?
Блин. Ваша команда распалась. Ей!
Where'd Shion go? How could she just...
Наконец-то. Наша команда распалась. Кидаем всех, валим один. Ну, в жопу все, в жопу мир.
Shion. Shion!
It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Кстати, знаете, что, между прочим, есть специальная штука, ну, как бы виджет.
Are you planning to go alone?
Там, типа, донатишь, и рука гладит стримера. Розовая пушка тебе идет, женщина.
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again.
Или там какая-то команда в чате. По-моему, это все-таки задонатил эту херню.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Так идеально, так звука и стримит. Особенно это умилительно смотрится на лысых стримерах, знаете, такая над лысиной появляется такая башка, так натирает, и так... В чем драма была, я что-то...
Do you remember back when I was stabbed by Rolron?
Даже Чида погладить. Да, даже Чиду достанется. Нихера себе.
Sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time. The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me?
Так, я хочу бородатую женщину, можно мне одну?
Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
Мне как раз дворфийки не хватает.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it?
Господа, напоминаю, что в группе ВКонтакте проходит голосование за выбор следующей игры. Это ты его Сафарайс, у нас кончится. Только если будешь гладить, да, каждый день. Все что угодно. И гладить, и не гладить.
But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
На втором месте, кстати, Кена. Ты к этой игры пойдешь в финалку? Чуть за финалку не голосуют, увы.
Why? Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well.
Он точно кончится? Нет, не точно.
It was only a suspicion at first.
Может, тут 400 часов геймплея.
Triggered my maiden powers. I've been more certain than ever before.
Сейчас Ванечка нас валит, смотрите.
That I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens...
Добро ничего, Ванечка.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all.
Блин, почему не Сандори превращают в человека? Я хочу, чтобы она оставалась Сандори.
But I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way. Help it.
dying. It's no better than being a slave. How can you endure this? It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Может, бородатая Цундера?
Even if it should mean...
Ну, насчет бородатая Цундера я не знаю. Цундера должна быть с двумя косичками же, это же канон. Я бородатая Цундера еще ни разу не видел.
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
Уже
And
вкусно
I, for
смотреть
one,
дефичный
don't
ноутбук,
believe this
блин.
venture is without hope. Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago.
Я очень избирательный.
It seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns.
Боже мой, опять эта музыка
The true
заиграла.
nature of which I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible, though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you.
Блин, да слишком мило.
So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Милота прям зашкаливает.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us.
Я какой-то мульт прикольный видел, я забыл, как он называется.
Something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand.
Сначала казалось херня, а
Shion
потом
doesn't
так
seem
очень
to know
даже
exactly
неплохо.
what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember
Там
the voice
еще
we all heard while we were
кот
inside the
был.
wedge, don't you?
С
Yeah,
сыном.
I remember.
Тоже
It was the
котом.
will of Dana's astral
Как эта
energy
херня
come to
называлась?
life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from
Порекомендовать
that,
хотел,
I
блин, и забыл.
hypothesize how vast
Подцелите,
concentrations
да,
of
не
astral energy
мацелите.
can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagion, when her thorns went wild. They contained far more astral energy than any mere
Какой-то
Renin would
европейский
normally
мульт.
have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
So, Halim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Мульт? Да не мульт. Там первая серия, что чувак один на станции, то ли он ее чинит, то ли не чинит, хрен его знает, что он там, типа, приговоренный был. И его бортовой компьютер троллил.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain,
Кадр.
that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more
Крайний
world keeps
космос.
getting taken from her, and
Final
I'm done
Space.
with it.
Короче, гляньте, называется «Крайний космос». Шикарная штука.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts.
Блин, вот этот довольно милый диалог был до этого, а тут, блин, полусопли, полуслюнью. О, к чему? Давай, Лоу, мне нужен заряд мужественности.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off. but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr,
То есть ты сказал бы, что ты молодец, да, да.
Sorry.
Вот,
I
давай.
guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Ну и слава богу. Ой, блинский конь. Блин, я башку ударился в микрофон и испугался. И кошмар какой.
Hey, you doing all right?
Фу, мне аж плохо стало.
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that?
И друг ты
Sorry, I
мне.
can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end.
То есть снизу я,
I
потому
thought
что
of
я
you as a way
ленивый.
to use the blazing sword and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore.
Ну, слава богу.
I've met too many people along the way who I truly care
Я не понимаю,
about
вот
to give
смотрите,
in
то есть
now.
был очень милый и очень трогательный диалог по поводу того, что она не хочет умирать и будет сражаться.
But I swear,
А зачем нам еще один такой же
remember
диалог?
what we learned back in Calaglia?
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
То есть, ну к чему это? Причем он не экшеновый, он не трогательный. Тут нет ни обнимашек, ничего. Ребята просто такие, блин, ну вот мы это обсудили, теперь мы еще раз обсудим то же самое. Кузвикэн, блин. Поехали. А кто у нас корабли готовил к взлету, мне интересно? Если все спали.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name?
Блин, просто в 14 финалке та же самая борода. Ну, чё к чему, я так и не понимаю.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Где маскот этой части будет Соло, да?
Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good?
Лорд на мобилку установился.
All right.
Класс.
And let's go.
Мило. Ох, нифига себе.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence.
Вот смотри на все на это. Блин, я так сильно жалею, что обосрали серию Might and Magic.
It does look more like a
Так
painting
сильно
than a living,
обосрали.
breathing world.
И ушла в никуда. Одна из величайших, блин, серий относительно сюжета общего.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to
Ну, и мы их
familiarize
замутим.
ourselves with the
Права
facilities on
Ubisoft
board before arrival.
продавать она их никому не
The
хочет.
starship may end up serving as
Вернее,
a base of
хочет, но
operations
за
once
какие-то
we're
просто
down there.
космические бабки.
Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically
Не,
just here
понимаешь,
to
что дальше
supervise.
не они делали уже.
In that case, she's all yours.
Блин, опять команда распалась. Ну сколько можно?
Everything okay?
Мы только что со всеми общались, мы опять со всеми будем общаться. Какого хрена, ребята? Ну что такое?
Is something wrong?
Вы что-то просто в
I
динамике.
was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be
Да,
lying
потом
if I
быстро
said I
осуждаю.
hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Darling.
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me. trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I had...
Ты опять по кругу идешь, женщина, опять по кругу.
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
Ты только что мне это рассказывал, зачем вы в третий раз это мне рассказываете?
A world...
У вас еще сценарная импотенция, вам время растянуть что ли надо? Нафига вы мне третий раз рассказываете то же самое?
Hey, Alvin, listen to this. So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Первый раз ты ничего не понял, да? Потом мне еще четвертый раз как-нибудь перед боем это рассказывает. Здравствуйте, Хабернот.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
Дизайн корабля как-то довольно простенький. Особо даже посмотреть-то не на что.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes.
Вы это уже обсуждали.
Sounds crazy.
That's definitely quite some...
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would... Alphen.
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the
Это вы тоже
the
обсуждали.
world's bigger than just men and Sia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that.
Так это нам быть
And the
персонажем.
one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well,
Я это
we're not
всем
out of
уже.
this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
У меня не настолько охерительная память, чтобы я точно запоминал каждое сообщение в чате. Она близко к этому, но не настолько.
Is everyone about ready?
Да, мы готовы, давай.
Sarah has a point. now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegus.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegus was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could
Блин,
ever be a
по-моему,
measure of
любой
someone's worth.
аристократический строй
So
это
this
дискриминация.
red woman, are we expecting to find
Если
her
уж
on
на то
Lenegus?
пошло.
I would wager so. Lenegus is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
Ну, подлетаем.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Ну, сейчас, по идее, должны начаться вот это повороты и вот это сюжеты. Ну, по идее.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Будет автоматизированная система обороны стоит еще.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alfin said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all
Блин,
this
ну метка
time?
правителя же осталась, там, скорее всего, по метке вход.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
Ну вперед. Члены ранее покинувшего Росо, отлично.
Собрались
обратно в Альтрона. А, там можно обратно вернуться. То есть, по желанию можно обратно телепортироваться. О как? Восстание? Что? Да, нет, может быть. Ланагис.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
На самом деле визуальная новелла довольно
I
прикольная
would think
бывает.
the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me.
Слушай, а как правитель может что-то объяснить? Правителя же нет.
Do you have any idea where we might find it?
Или еще есть прошлый правитель?
What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home.
Не, ну правитель был водный, так какого хрена он тогда не правит? То есть не сидит и не отвечает за людей. Какого хрена он отправился на соревнования?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
В голове тараканы были. Он прикинулся другим лордом и отправился туда на 7 лет. И никто не заметил, что, блин, правителя нет в течение 7 лет. Очень странно.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
Катсцены заканчиваются? Кто знает. Покурить вышел, да, на 7 лет. Нормально.
So who's Faria?
Law?
Он раз затихал мало.
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it,
Чуть
we
сказал,
can
что
ask them
водил
about the
соревнования
Red
ввиду.
Woman,
Так
too.
у него же нет
And
ядра.
don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
То есть ему подтвердить
Let's
это
leave the
нечем
talking
даже
to
особо.
Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
Тем более он сам по себе этого не
You
хочет.
sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Жилая зона номер 16.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become.
А, тут все-таки
Just
зоглы
look
будут.
at the state of our city. Even the Zugals have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believe
Видимо,
he
он
was
очень
on
сильно
Dana.
знаменит. И, видимо, на него сильно
Your eyes do not
надеялись.
deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now, this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed.
Что у них правитель как бог, блин, практически.
The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Ну, смотрите, хоть что-то новое узнаем. Плюс-минус. Клубничка.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the big...
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many
Ну да,
slaves.
7 лет прошло. Соревнование идет 10 лет.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
Сейчас 7-й год соревнования
really?
идет.
No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Денег она нам должна.
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
Ну, мы это поняли с диалогов,
That info
да.
would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned.
Ну, тут даже, блин, переходы в бою, как в финалке. Ну, особенно с боссами. То есть ты такой, как бы, бой начинается, босс на тебя такой... И как бы, и такое приближение на то, что на босс рычит и файт начинается. Тут, блин, разница с финалкой только то, что в конце это не играет, и все.
Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Больше пусти этого. Ну да, в этом и смысл, то, что он больше.
Assuming what I believe to be correct.
15-я финалка — это роуд муви, приключения. Так что там и должны быть такие большие локации.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign, though it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. Now, Not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon.
Давай.
300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens
Если вы
mentioned the
думаете, что
passage
Мартин
that he thought
пишет
might
очень
lead to another
водянисто, вот
section of the city.
эти ребята
It could point us
прям
in the right direction.
достигли новых
Let's
вершин.
go find it.
Я настолько круговых, диалогов не видел со времен правил книги, серии книг правил волшебника.
With nobody left to run the show. I mean...
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Да.
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Еще мы сейчас должны выяснить, что на самом деле лорды все это время были ок, а мы те еще ублюдки убили хороших людей. Какого лорда я поддерживаю? Чем это вам? Вы сняете что-то? Я зову светлость Эролзи Телделиса. Вам, наверное, известен как лорд Болзов. Многие скажут, что он просто грабил, и уж поверьте, я знаю, насколько он может быть агрессивным. А вот чего не знают остальные, так это как он заботится о своих. О доме Телдис многие, конечно, невысокого мнения. Мы же сами, те, кто ему служит, первыми это признаем. Но если кто будет нам угрожать, его светлость всегда защитит нас. В этом мы нисколько не сомневаемся. И он старается победить в борьбе за корону не только ради своей семьи, но ради каждого, кто служит его дому. Я столько обязан его светлости, что в жизни мы согласился служить кому-то еще.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter...
Лорд Халим, вы вернулись и привели с собой новых людей. Вы же помните меня, милорд? Уверена, вы не забыли. Я поддерживаю не только дом Илькарас, но и лично вашу светлость. Даже в меру сил делюсь своим восхищением нашим лордом со всеми, кто слушает. Более того, собираюсь опубликовать свои очерки на эту тему вот буквально через этот терминал. Он родом из славного дома Алькарас, имя лорда Халим, его страсть музыка, он мастер искусств, поставив его рядом с толпой обычных невежд, он засияет как бриллиант на его фоне. Так, ладно, я понял.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded
Легкий
like she
приступ
was
наркомании.
praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain.
А чтобы меня переманить из дома Валькирис, не бывать этому. Что вам? Только не говорите, что вы работаете на лорда Дахалимова кошмарного или кошмарного лорда Альмедрея. Нет? Ну и что тогда людей так пугать? А что до вопроса, моя семья служит лорду Валикирису уже несколько поколений. Я делаю все, что могу, чтобы незаметно поддерживать лорда Геннабальта. Все ради его победы. Многие считают его жестоким, но утверждают, что не сильно ошибаются. Да, он бывает строгим, он ставит интересы Рена во главу угла. Никто другой в такой степени этого не делает. Он даже призывает нас не торчать на Ленагасе, а колонизировать Дану, расширить наши горизонты. Тогда мы могли бы стать хозяевами на обоих мирах, а то на Дане сейчас ранее живут на правилах меньшинства. Именно поэтому наш лорд стремится стать следующим правителем. Разве есть у кто-то более... Видимо, разве есть кто-то более благородный... Видимо, у кого-то более благородные высокие мечты. У кто-то. Он стремится к силе ради блага всего нашего народа и делает это не из это делает из него образцового лорда, на которого мы все должны равняться. Я сам не смог бы сопровождать, но вот двоим моим сыновьям выпала такая честь, и они поддерживают нашего лорда на Дане. Я как отец ему очень сильно горжусь. Мы, скорее всего, убили твоих детей.
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us?
Да, видимо, переводчик тоже устал. И переводчик устал, и редактор устал. Мы хотя бы мы рыжу не убили, ну как не убили. Этот район находится в полном ведомстве дома Кайнерис, поэтому покиньте его немедля. И хочу вы сказать, что не знаете о нашем прославленном доме во главе высокочтимом лорде Альмедрее. В таком случае слушайте внимательно, нет, даже не знаете. Если не знаете, слушайте все равно. Вы не обращали внимания, что за всю историю Ленагаса всего несколько женщин принимали участие в борьбе за корону? На этот счет есть разные теории, но одной своей мощью лорд Альмедрея в зародыше задушила все возможные сомнения любых скептиков. Она не только свергла отца, предыдущего главу дома, но и не дала занять этот титул своему старшему брату. Вот женщина, которая ни перед чем не становится, чтобы получить желаемое, которая не оставит врагам ни шанса на ответный удар. Поистину, у лорда Альмедреи много талантов. Никогда во все ранее не олицетворяет идеал нашего общества лучше, чем она. Понятно, да.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That does...
Ridiculous.
Как низко. Я просто читал в Лорне, вам что? Я сам всю жизнь истово поддерживал лорда Урвагила, и сейчас бы продолжал, как бы не его внезапная смерть на Дане. По мне, так он был образцовым лордом воды, и я отказываюсь верить, что он погиб из-за якобы несчастного случая, как все говорят. А вы знаете, как лорд Воллорн управляет Ганатхаросом? Так если нет, я вам расскажу, он там поработил не только данян, но и ринян, своих собратьев. Пусть у нас и общество, где победитель получает все, но его действия идут вразрез с тем, что мы верим как нация. Да вообще, что это за род у него такой, дом Игнисария? Я о нем не слыхивал до появления Воллорна. А значит, это какое-то совсем мелкое семейство с самых низов общества. Понятно, да. То есть Воллорн тоже непонятно откуда взялся.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganatheros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, Have you gained anything from all of this?
Ну, лордов любят.
I think it's made me realize that the lords were all people too. Falstaff and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my
Что-то
best
не
to make sure
перебарщивай
I
с
earn
диалогами,
that trust.
серьезно.
As a fellow human being above all else.
Ну, хоть денег дали.
There's something I just don't get.
Да боже мой, ну кто-нибудь вломите мне
The
уже.
contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Ну да.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Чет, если честно, мне не нравится, как динамика идет. То есть у них идут битвы, диалоги, битвы, диалоги. Я, блин, 2 метра прошел.
Faria.
О, вот, Фарина,
Faria?
отлично.
Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
Странная женщина. Ну ладно.
You're just a coward!
Глаза красивые. О, боже мой, опять эта крепотень.
Dohalim.
Сейчас она все объяснит, что происходило.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
А тебя не смущает, что мы, как бы, пока путешествовали, наверное, очень много людей убили?
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Ну и чудненько. Так, ну и что деваха боялась 10? Я думал, тут сейчас будет мобов дофигища, а тут вообще никого. Просто люди. Ворчливые, конечно, переживающие, но все же люди. Тыры-тыры-тыры. Блин, вот этот переход ко мне на скрипке нравится.
I wonder if we can use this.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Ну да.
It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
Фонтанчики.
You think? Man, these Renans sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
Красиво.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done.
Ну, блин, я, знаешь, я бы не назвал человека другом, который пытается убить тебя. Он ведь реально пытался убить его.
If you hadn't become Lord,
Такой
Menancia
себе
wouldn't
друг.
be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did?
Скажи это
Anyone
Наруто.
else and I would have been dead long ago.
Ну,
You
там
saved
любовь
so
была,
many
скорее.
people, Dohalim.
Я думаю, если бы, скажем так, Наруто снимался бы сейчас, то они, в конце концов, они стали бы гей-парой.
The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
А бедная Хината осталась бы ни с чем.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Так, вы видели, кстати, там драма ведь в Боруте сейчас происходит? Прям реально драма. Там прям писец.
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Очень тренчок, как в Гарри Поттере, где ГГ достается невнятная тянка, два челика на его пути мутки мутят. Не, почему там внятная тянка? Она просто очень скромная была. Ух ты, нифига себе.
If they know you're with me, elect.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
И надо было Мутила Сакура с Гови. Не, понимаете, там была бы очень интересная драма с учетом того, что Хината и Сакура вроде как были влюблены в этих двоих, и оказывается тем, что они потом бы этих и бедную Хинату и Сакуру бы кинули, и в итоге получилась бы гей-пара. Вот. Чё, мордобой?
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menentia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. This one's coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here goes!
Engage!
By the power of
You picked the wrong fight! Damn it!
well, it's really... Take it down!
Но вооружения не было? Нет, там кузнеца не было. Там же только магазин и сон. А, нужен для нового оружия нужен кузнец. Тем более это хрены бородатые, хрены бронированные. Их через пробой надо бить. То есть их лоу пробивает своим навыком. И тогда по ним можно урон наносить. А, это не наш навык, господи.
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Claw! Come on! Throw away! It's go time! Negative get.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Как мы Волрона-то упустить умудрились, я не понимаю. То есть мы его, блин, победили, мы его, ну... Ну, победили, он на земле вроде как лежал. Куда он после этого делся, непонятно. Ох ты ж, блин. Значит, спасибо. Блин, нифига себе. Да.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Do it!
Take more! Look sharp!
Lightning Fire Blade! Glacial Spear!
My
Here's
turn.
evil!
Lightning Spear!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy
We
Glitter!
did it! Not again!
Arch Shield!
Dragon War! Double Demon Fang! Eating Eat dirt! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil!
They smite with Dragon Blade! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! Execution! Mirage! Take this! Rending you a bloody holiday!
Цветомузыка, блин, началась.
I'm not done!
Раз идет мини-экс.
This should come in handy.
Когда не у нас такая боевка, да, вроде неплохая. Ядрить богомол. Так, давайте-ка по боку его аккуратненько обойдем.
Discourteous, aren't you? In a bind?
Not in your dreams!
They really don't give up, do they?
You got spirit.
This one's all mine!
Блин, какие душные враги, какие же они жирные, мать моя женщина.
They smite with Dragon Blade!
Ignite!
Damn it!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Dueling in an instant! Impact Block!
Benediction light.
Not a chance!
Dash into the
Sword
wind!
Light Spear!
Air thrust!
Mirage!
Lunacy!
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here I come! Mirage! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
О, виноград на желе. Класс. Теперь вот тут хоть какие-то хилки падают. Богомол, человек твой налево. Ой, да ладно, у меня же щит был, не?
Take this! Raining Slash! Blew away! Raining Slash! Blew away! You picked the wrong fight! Eagle Ray! Raining
Блин, у этой твари еще нет иммунитета, блин, уязвимости к огню. Что очень плохо на самом деле.
Where are you going? Holy Land! Hear me! Burning Fury! Burning Glacial Spear!
Тихо, тихо, тихо. А к чему уязвимость-то?
Sealing Gale! Raining Slash!
А, к воде, наверное.
Try hard, my turn! Here I come!
Да, к воде похоже.
Raining Slash! Blew away! Raining Slash!
Armor won't save you. Take this.
Not on my watch!
No further.
Lunar corruption! Dance in the wind!
Raining Slash! Blew away!
Raging cascade! Where are you going?
Blew away! The flaming
Игры, какой же он жирный, мать моя женщина. Куда пошел? А, у него к молнии уязвимость.
coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
Take this!
Radiant Spear! Gale Force! Ready to go! Lightning!
Raining
Raging
Slash!
cascade!
Blew away!
I'll stop its charge! Thank you,
Ну, куда побежал?
Raining! I'll smash you!
Lightning!
Blew away!
Raging Storm!
Raining Slash! Okay, this
Now,
not today!
saving this one! I'm out of ammo!
Вот поэтому я не люблю, блин, с большими противниками, не боссами сражаться. Они такие жирные, блин, просто писец.
Try harder! Not today!
Here, this one's mine!
Raining Slash!
Can't get out of this.
Do without this pain!
Leave the illuminate to me!
Elusive deity!
By the
The flaming fire yearns to be let free. Take
No
this.
further.
You'll pay for that. Blow away. Eat this.
Now.
Chill.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
Блин, а может мы как-то обойдем их, нет? Да, это хрен там.
No choice. Bring them down. I can carve through them. Release.
Freeze Lancer!
I won't show you any mercy. Blow away. Crush.
Lightning is down! Thunder Blade! Illuminate the dark!
Eternal coming through. Ha! Now.
Там плюс только КХП? Ну, наверное. Вообще думал, что мы сегодня закончим, если честно. Но, видимо, сегодня мы не закончим. Чтобы завтра уже новую игру начать. Ну, которая победит в голосовании в группе ВКонтакте. Пока там лидирует Pillars of Eternity 2. Ну, челленджами, естественно, не все так просто. Просто так пройти Pillars of Eternity было бы слишком просто. Даже на пульте проклятых. Здравствуй, Дердориус. А у противника можно убегать, да. Так вот беда в том, что если я убегаю, у меня настакивающийся бонус плюса к дропу уменьшается. К сожалению. Плюс я опыта не получаю. А того, что я опыта не получаю, это прям вообще задница. Можем упереться в то, что босс просто неубиваемый будет. Так что прям злоупотреблять этой функцией, к сожалению, нельзя. Денег дали. Снова быть проклятых село без смертей? Да нет, 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 просто испытание богов понаставим. А будь проклятых на экспертном режиме. Могу даже соло, на самом деле, вообще без проблем. Без смертей я не буду, я уже не помню. Я не помню тактик, которые я разрабатывал на все на это дело. Какая страница духота идет во второй части игры? Слишком много душных диалогов, которые по кругу идут. Мобы жирные, хотя я бы не сказал, что прям супер жирные. Относительно просто убиваются. Но жирные. Ну, хотя тут в основном от диалогов идет.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
Мне все еще интересно, как сюжет повернется.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the sovereign and maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the sovereign. Tell me, If we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home.
Проблема душных диалогов в том, что они
I can't do
круговые.
this alone.
Вот это проблема душных
One
диалогов.
more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
Господи, про что вы там вообще разговариваете? Какие-то тряпочки, блин.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alvin was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion.
Есть
I'm
красные
beginning to see why
семейники.
Alvin was so confused.
That's all very well and
Нет,
fine,
нету.
but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere
До
hallucination.
ссылки прошел, да,
It was
глянул,
a
поражал.
conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
В пижаме нет, я сплю голым.
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that
Прям
energy
совсем
was
голый, прям
stored.
совсем голый.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Даже бороду на ночь снимаю, чтобы не помялось.
It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are
Эти
you
события
holding
случайно
up?
прижаты. Да нет.
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Yeah.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp.
Бонус включается, блин, сейчас босс будет. Твою налево. Сейвушка. Так, что у нас по навыкам? Хочет, да.
There's no telling what could happen in here.
Нет, против желания Dungeons в режиме на последней сложности игра очень хорошая для стримов, как это ни странно, не страдает вязкостью и духотой. Dungeons Threads — это игра от создателей Iron. Короче, я знаю, что это за херня. Беда в том, что у этой игры самая слабая сторона — это боевка. А Dungeons Threads — это тупо боевка. Не хочу. Там голосование в ВК есть, как бы, предпочтения. И в конце октября у нас уже вроде как есть что взять. Есть два проекта, либо Disciples 3, либо Gloomhaven. Одно из двух. Да, Цитадель Декаденса. Да. Компания называется Iron Tower. Ну, студия, скорее.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Японский бог. Опять дракон, что ли? Это что-то за Вольтрон такой.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
Терзаны. Без 30 тысяч. Блин, много.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did you get our hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals. Then we get some answers. Aim for the weak with the earth. The blade is mine. Here will be left free.
Here's the evil.
Take it. Right. Ignite.
I can do it all
Now or never. Raining
Я не понял, слабость к земле, что ли?
further.
Да.
denied.
Raining flash.
I'm all stuffed up. Annihilate.
Blow away.
Mega ray.
Raining flash. You may be strong, but I'll never back down.
Lightning attack. Thunder blade.
You're mine.
By the power of water. Lightning.
Crush.
Searing blade. Reload.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'll leave it to you. I'm being interrupted. Move.
Так, ладно.
Ready to the fray.
Here. Raging. I'm ready.
Can't move.
Where are you going? I'll be saving. Not on my watch. Illuminate the dark.
Sword lane elbow.
Holy land.
Trying to be clear. You're on. Try harder. Not a chance.
Annihilate. Deal for. Into the shadows.
А вы не хотите там повоскрешать друг друга, не?
Lightning attack.
Ох, нифига себе.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer.
Attack time. Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Demon Max. Eagle Ray. Try this.
Don't give up. Deal for. I'll bring
А, меня свалило, когда он был в стане? Серьезно?
Illuminate the dark. Magic is there. Holy land.
Blow away.
Rending you up. Burning. Raging.
Negative can't get out of this.
Бы и поинтереснее, чем декаденция. Так, это наша магия? Да, наша вроде. Падай, блин. О, начинается. Телепортируется, неплохо. На рысак пока балбесы. Че, все? Давай, гноби его, гноби. Ну как-то он быстро отходит от того, что у него ядро уничтожает. О, ядро восстановилось. О, текаем. Ой, я думал, увернусь. Ладно. Если боевка умная, по какой-то причине она просто неинтересная. В Инкессе боевка умная, Как это может быть умная боевка, если я умудрился ее пробудить буквально за первый же день? Самая интересная боевка, наверное, все-таки в Divinity Original Sin была. Из таких игр. Уже там над каждой боевкой... То есть она, понимаете, каждая боевка в Divinity Original Sin 2 хендмейд сделана. Прям несколько уровней боев, там уровней нахождения вас, нахождения противника, вот это вот все. Возможность обойти противника сбоку. Там сзади. Вообще просто прокрасться. Ну только не говорите, что сейчас будет вторая. Ты бы научишь наизусть, ну да.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Шлепнула по животу.
Shion, please.
Присуху
Can you treat
проверил.
her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
you? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was
Почему он
curious
себе
what you
появляется
were
из
up to,
ниоткуда?
so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Do Halim.
Интересно, с которым можно убить врагов без увлечения в бой? Да?
I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew
Что
me
он
well enough to
сам же
know that I'd
умеет.
hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as
Типа
well.
он в прокачках
Neither
умеет
you nor
лечить
Faria
через
would have lost
прокачки, а
loved
сам по
ones
себе его не умеет
if it
лечить.
wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria.
А
As
что
for
он умеет
Tarnigan,
лечить по
if it
дефолту?
weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude
Значит,
for
клал по
what you did
дефолту,
for
я
Faria.
черт его знаю.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Блин, мы 5 шагов прошли, опять диалоги.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of
Ну да, с
Dana's
текстом
astral
тут прям
energy.
вообще беда. Он даже не милый, он не какой-то, блин, да я даже не знаю, какое слово подобрать. Какое обычно здесь используют. Господа, в группе ВКонтакте проходит голосование за выбор следующей игры. Не забывайте пройти и проголосовать. А то будет какая-нибудь жажа, вы потом на нее ворчать будете. Я буду говорить, да блин, ну вы же вы сами это выбрали. Ну, сейчас хоть покажи, что произошло.
What? There's energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Страшно, да не то слово. Ничего, все, тайм-стоп. Идти колотить, что это за херня?
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
Нет, шипы тут вроде как они откуда-то из другого места идут.
Those were Naori's memories, right?
Откуда-то из
That's right.
тьмы.
It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
Так у вас вся магия как бы сделана из астральной
If that is the
энергии.
case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for.
А ну,
But why?
писал Бэтгай был прав.
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Ну, 21 это нормально. Особенно для
Yes. And their source.
мангрелов, которые живут 30-35 лет.
We still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
И всего диалогами решили развить вторую половину игры, вместо которой есть один-два данжа с прекрасными врагами, подобные города. Только вперед, да, только вперед, да. Сейвушка. Хил понеслась.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Ну или пара хилок найдется. Тоже неплохо. Прицельный стол, несомненно, многие из лежавших на нем так никогда и не очнулись. Разумеется.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment.
То, что на самом деле родного мира нет, я тоже не удивлюсь.
With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Ну ты и так это знал, ну как бы. Что, для тебя это шок, что ли?
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Ну, хаоса, может, человеков
Upon
поубивали,
victory, the
а
sovereign
данные
shall
остались.
return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest.
Немного
It's all
осталось.
lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena.
Ну, может, легкий сейчас поставим, да
The
пройдем
crown
быстренько.
contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the sovereign, then who was it?
Crown
Эти мары
contests have
долго
been held
живут.
this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign, me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the sovereign.
Главное ядра, свое орудие силы, у которых содержится астральная энергия одной из 6 стихий. Но мы это так знаем. Территории с главным ядром приблизительно нестабильными. При успешном регенерации Альмарена главное ядра обычно будет использоваться, в борьбе за корону будет навсегда прекращена.
The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Негис, автономный сборщик. Интересно. Седативная маска, вот. Устройство, полностью закрывающее лицо носителя и ограничивающего умственную активность, разработано для усмирения арестантов. Также используется в медицинских целях, например, для предотвращения психологических травм пациентов. Однако не рекомендуется для длительного использования в связи с риском возникновения нежелательных побочных эффектов. Ввиду утери производства из-за частичного разрушения Legacy, изготовление новой партии устройств не планируется. Выберите тему. Как представляю отчет о втором успешном эксперименте над подобным правителем. Скрытый потенциальный объект показывает значительную медальную нестабильность и сильное нежелание выполнять приказы. Таким образом, он представляет большой риск, чем последний успешный проект также провальный, поэтому поднят вопрос о его уничтожении. Первый удачный эксперимент за 300 лет упомянутый ранее фактор риска нивелирован с помощью протоколов контроля. Объект будет оценен с учетом возможного исполнения плана 2, затем отправлен на Дана под видом лорда. Во время борьбы полагается допуск уровня 3, также им подданство выдается одной из 5 королевств стихий вместе с всеми главными ядрами. Также выдается личный герб с обозначением подвластных стихий. При отборе учитывают физические и ментальные данные, а также уровень владения астральными приемами, возрастные факторы не играют никакой роли. Поскольку лордами становятся сильнейшие, сама должность не дает занимающего человека сильнее. Следует также отметить, что извлекать силу из главного ядра способны не только лорды. В процессе отбора должны принимать участие все арене. Отобранные кандидаты обязаны вступать в значительную должность. Если действующий лорд окажет, что не дееспособен и не сможет дальше выполнять свою функцию, необходимо выстроить ему замену. Бумасочки.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
Так, ну это уже было.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep.
Слушайте, а на удивление неплохо в этой маске видит.
This should help with the pain.
Да, понятно, как она ему не мешала.
Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it.
Это Реван начало, блин.
If doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alfin.
That vision. It must have been from when...
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her.
Это мы тоже
That's why you
поняли,
lost
да.
your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought...
Понятно, я задержу свою.
Naori was the one who put that mask on me. And made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Хилка. Ну ты чё? Тут ничего. Ох, твою мам. Думаю, сейчас данжи будет. Лестница покажет в небеса.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
И?
This is where the Renaissance was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renaissance isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was
Ты это
too
уже
late.
говорила.
Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead.
Откуда здесь сила правителя появится? Что-то я не понимаю. Ну ладно.
That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana.
Вот.
My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my
Это ты уже
I
говорил,
needed
да.
for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well.
Вот кто накосячил-то, оказывается.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
Ну, видимо, и то, и то.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would
Полагается, они
have
все
the
это
same
время просто искали
ability on a
правителя
larger
для
scale.
того, чтобы энергию
We have a maiden and
ну,
sovereign.
нового правителя искали. То, что ну Альмурену-то они
Now
снова
all we
сделали.
need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns.
Кошмар какой. Ну ладно.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too... Just here...
Да,
No,
да,
it
да, да,
isn't.
да, да. Все хорошо, да, я
Thank you.
понял.
Starting with a little game called...
Yeah, we've come on.
Ну,
Yeah.
вы опять по
I
кругу
too
ведете
shall lend my
диалог.
services. My
And they say...
У тебя мой щит, и мой меч, и моя палка. И мой холодец.
She stopped my rampage. But then, that power
Э,
was so...
зачем ты мне пересказываешь то, что ты мне только что рассказывал? То есть ты мне пересказываешь пересказ, который до этого пересказывали уже. Это ты опять, твою мать.
It all leads...
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream. No, the truth of the touch of
Мне сейчас
holding
кукуха
hands with
поедет,
Manuel.
слушайте, у меня сейчас...
Of giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the is it? What if?
Слушайте, если они по 15 раз начнут повторять сюжет по кругу, я буду считать игру условно пройденной.
I know that and it's for my sake.
You're worth fighting for.
Да, за тебя стоит сражаться, особенно в таком-то платье.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Последняя дева. Last Maiden. Меч дан избранному правителю, чтобы освободить дух, провести церемонию духа. Неплохо. Неплохо. Я перейду с анимахой. Видимо, да. Не, ну нереально просто, блин, по кругу гоняют один и тот же диалог.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it.
Слишком
The heart
кукушка,
of the
да.
beast.
We'll find the Renus Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
Короче, да, мы...
Go for it, Al.
This is it, guys.
Да, вот он, момент истины. Give me some action, please. Здравствуйте, Лежамбрек. Я до второго опенинга дошел, добил на ютубе за 30 минут. Я начинаю, знаете, соглашаться с вами, что вы поступили правильно, в отличие от меня.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renus Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Скоро конец. Сегодня конец.
Something doesn't seem right.
Если вы пройдете и проголосуете в группу ВКонтакте, то, возможно, завтра будет та игра, за которую победит.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Да нет, вот эти вот аренки и так далее, это все прям хорошо.
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renus Alma.
Да, ну это понятно, да, вернуть Альмарену.
We need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alfred, look!
The Red Woman!
О боже
So
мой,
we
вот же
finally
она.
found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Это что за херня?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Женщина в красном, аж 3. 360 тысяч, твою маму.
We may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Raging storm! Blow the
Это последний босс, я так понимаю, да?
Can't get out of this!
Bring you down. Leave the charges to me.
Feel I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish. Sleep now. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Eternal devastation coming through. Ha! Now.
Не последняя лока. Здесь еще много контента, я так понимаю, да? Просто если еще дофига, мы сегодня явно не успеем.
Nothing gets by me. Burn! Death in the wind. Raining fire! Bathed in blood. That'll bring you down. Raining flash. Searing flame. Demon raging storm. Raining flash. Take this. Show me what my art can do. Flame inside me. Yours to be left.
It's in your hands now.
Ну, большое спасибо, Ник.
You paid for that!
More for the stockpile. Bring you back from death to birth.
Raining flash!
Taken.
Blow away!
More where that came from.
Raining...
I'm nearly done for.
Illuminate the storm.
Blow away! Eat dirt!
Flame of fury. Burning.
This is some punishment.
Pierce evil.
Here I come!
Freeze lantern.
Blow away! Raining flash!
I'll bring you back from death to
I'm not
birth.
done!
I can handle it.
No! Can't end here!
Что-то я не понял.
Don't give up.
Forward up.
No rest for the
Lunar
wicked.
corruption. Lunar blast. Back into the fray.
А, у нас нету оживлялки, да?
Annihilation. Lightning. I'm ready.
Flaming meteor. Carve through armor. Eat this. Whirlwind snap.
Radiant. Here. Damn it.
What's this?
Shield will bring you down.
Benediction.
I'm on. Flaming meteor. I don't have much left.
Mega ray.
This one's I'll tear you apart. Now I'm in.
Смотрите, переключить. Да, я думаю, переключу сейчас.
You got it. Hold on.
Хочешь тоже просто посмотреть, что в конце будет.
Take it. Into the
How
shadows.
about this?
Mega ray. Annihilation. Mega ray.
Flaming meteor.
Ну так просто если что потеть придется, мне так не хочется запотевать на боссах.
I let my guard down.
Downfall. Radiant. Pierce.
Что он, зараза, не сдается.
Back into the Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Freeze lancer. Glacial spear. Pierce. This one's mine. Freeze lancer. Here, I won't give up.
Все, отлично. Ну, панцушот. Панцушот, панцушот. Обычный сюжет, все.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elton.
Что-то, по-моему, у них кто-то внезапно спер 180 хп.
Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Хотя даже на сюжете, блин, у них хп такие вещи.
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze lancer! In the wind!
Eat dirt! Blow away!
Radiant pierce! With my art! Like after
Leave eternity to me.
I never miss! Forward up! Carve I'm all cropped up! Annihilation!
Blow away! I'm not done!
То есть, короче, если бы мы сегодня не хотели бы закончить игру, я бы просто сегодня закончил, а завтра бы добил на.
I'm not done!
Я тоже поборник в основном хардкора.
Armor won't save you.
Мне тоже очень нравится, когда они в диалоге, даже диалоги, ну, сюжет, который может быть более-менее интересным, умудряются сделать не очень интересным. Немножко убивают.
Take this! Move away! Burn in hell! Can't get out of this!
Now. I'll be saving this one.
No escape! Blow away! Crescent flash! Lightning kick! I'm knocked up! Can you take it? Armor won't save you! Blow away! Resonate with the earth! Here I come! Raining slip!
Понимаете, в чем еще прикол сложности? В том, что здесь и туповат. Как бы сложность тоже на самом деле сильно искусственная.
Now you see what I can do! Blow away! Eat this! Benediction light! Blow away! Here I come! Heal! Raining slash!
Just what I need.
Blow away!
Wind astral energy! Raging cascade!
Меня еще очень сильно убивает то, что, блин, во всей боевке все приемы в основном наносят где-то 1000 урона. Ну, максимум. Но есть один ультимативный, который наносит, блин, по 2500. И создается очень интересный вопрос, а какой смысл вообще тогда бить всеми остальными скиллами, когда есть один королевский порез, который наносит просто убер до хера урона, в отличие от всех остальных навыков.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
После гигантской птицы, но пацаны быстро его пропустил, ну слава богу.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
На конце игры порез наносил по 100 критами. Ну, если раскачаться, да. Почему бы и нет? У меня он критами только по 3500 бьет. Ну, или по 5. А если в ядро бить, то где-то по 7.
Who said you could touch that?
Я теперь опять с тобой драться? Слушай, возьми его за яйца и зажми посильнее просто. Он как раз находится в хорошей позе. Просто вот так вот его так... И вот так вот, чтобы глаза на лоб полезли, блин. У него сразу понтов поумечится.
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Господи, это японская игра, ну реально.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Я посмотрел, положительные отзывы пишут люди, которые наиграли по 100 часов.
Were they really? We already know the title of sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danon. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Братан.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana have meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Я думаю, сейчас снова и руку сломает нахер.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Чё, слишком борзо оказался, да?
We need to go. Alphen!
Погоди, женщину потеряли. Прыгай. Женские жопки. Понимаю. Ну, не понимаю, ну тут как бы есть логика в диалоге. Мужик просто анархист в целом, причем обиженный. Хочет, чтобы все страдали, все умерли, но и в очередной раз показали, что он как бы псих. Куда?
Go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Может, аниме будет классное.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma.
Ну, короче, понятно, мы сейчас пойдем за ней, да.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this
Ну, у нас
thing
пока
over on Rena,
в голосовалке
that's what's
выигрывают
really behind
пиловцы.
all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely
А что-нибудь
they'll have
циничное и
cause to
злое у
return to
нас
Dana.
будет
I
в
agree
конце
that Rena's
октября,
our
по
best
идее.
shot.
Then we're agreed.
Почему-то там еще Кена его догоняет. Кена такая же сопливая херня.
But seriously, I was not expecting Voron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
И что, сейчас обратно бежать? А. Понимаю. Согласился, что она не просто цепляна, она еще и простая, кроме красоты, хозяин, что смотреть. Ну да. Я уже приложил силу. Там подкупили, что ли, кого-то? Ну, как бы можно было обойтись малой кровью. Кстати, голосовалка уже пройденная. Ну, всякими челленджами пройдем, тем более люди опять заскучали по CRPG. Тем более особо интересного ничего сейчас нету, я жду конца октября. А то, что я ждал сам по себе, но, к сожалению, только на английском. Я рассчитывал на Вагрус, а он, зараза, только на английском вышел. Можно, конечно, Far Cry 6 попробовать. Она вроде как относительно скоро должна выйти. Но опять же, это тот же самый Far Cry, там 20 тысяч микротранзакций, как-то не хочется. Far Cry, ну опять же, я не знаю. Все Far Cry, они просто про трэш, угар, содомию. В основном. В голосовалке из меня на Alan Wake. Ну, Alan Wake тоже на самом деле не очень большая панацея. Это игра на 2 дня. Alan Wake очень короткая игра. Насчет, кстати, хороших RPG, JRPG, ну-ка давайте мне список. Какие хорошие RPG, JRPG не пришел. Тем более на канале у меня JRPG прям чудовищно плохо смотрит на самом деле. То есть, ну прям, я бы даже сказал, совсем не смотрит практически. Много, я помню, в процессоре для консоли. Ну там, да, там текстурки подкрутили просто и все, по сути. Final Fantasy 6. Ну...
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Хронотриггер.
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Что ты лучиков не фармишь? Обойдутся.
Avakir filled me in about everything.
Это понятно, да.
What difference does it make?
Stop casting me off!
Faria, not now. It can...
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor.
Да,
it's
вот давай
damaged.
к теме.
Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though.
Unreal у нас
You can fix
есть.
it, right?
Unreal тоже людей не заинтересовал.
If so, then what's the problem?
Dungeons меня не интересует.
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens.
Да,
Until now, whenever
богомола я
something like
прибил.
this
Но
happens,
явление,
the
кстати, простой
sovereign
босс
would issue a
оказался.
decree. But this time not so much as a peep.
Его просто перегрыз.
Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain
Я не
now.
пройдет, ну говорю,
It
он
sounds like
Дарел
we need to
людей не
find a way to
заинтересовал.
keep
Прям
Lenegis from
очень сильно
spiraling
не
out of
заинтересовал.
control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to
Worlds,
put
да,
people's
проходил
minds
игра,
at ease.
мне не зашла. На мой взгляд, это одно из самых слабых игр Obsidian. Вообще одна из самых слабых.
That's it. Who's the highest ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Или это такое. Ну, понимаете, в чем беда? Как бы, если бы я это все-таки делал для себя одного, это да. Но, опять же, поскольку в моем мозгу хоть теплится мысль начать работать когда-нибудь именно стримером, потому что там непонятно, что может в ближайшие пару лет с работы случиться. Хочется чего-то более стабильного, какого-то развития. Если я буду ориентироваться только лишь на себя, то развития никакого не получится.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Такая фигня.
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elderman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord,
Будет
I
от
speak
Darkness.
to you in his stead.
Как вариант.
You're afraid.
Ну, она тоже короткая на самом
People
деле.
so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of
Ну, смотрите, тут тоже скрепы есть.
that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Это работает иначе. Но посмотрите, у меня там чуть ли не вся игротека в целом.
Your speech seems to have done the trick.
RPG-шная.
Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
Это, к сожалению, тоже не так
I
работает.
only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier about the Sovereign possibly not even existing. Was it true?
It's still too premature to
Сейчас
say with
выходные
any
начнутся,
certainty.
я посмотрю, что там по
I
Адобу.
believe so.
Подобие премьеры про
This whole time,
насколько сложно
this
его
world we've
освоить.
been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You?
Да, Геров пройдем.
You can't be serious.
А я думал об этом, но игра реально херня.
I have business I must take care of first.
Она
But
для
once everything is over, I shall return.
ценителей, скажем
Not
так.
as your sovereign, nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
Определенного сорта
How else do you propose to rule?
того, из чего сделана
I'm
игра
not
в
sure
Агнере.
yet.
Я
All I
про
have is
лор
a
ничего не
feeling
говорю.
that
Лор
here in
там
Lenegis,
классный.
A new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong.
Какие, тем более, какие другие жанры?
You were always different.
У нас шутеры, РПГ, экшен-РПГ, стратегии. У нас только годок нету.
Maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death.
Что гонки это слишком просто. Гонок и платформеров.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
А не то, что она выглядит, то, что она выглядит как что-то пережеванное, это хрень с ней. Беда в том, что как она играется.
Forgive me.
The people of Eldermenencia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menencia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough.
Ну, что-нибудь в серии файтингов. Файтинги у нас супер непопулярны, ребят. То есть прям чудовищно. Это одна из самых непопулярных типов игры.
We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
О, да халимбриньянский лидер. Молодец.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without.
А я пробовал платформеры и рогалики как-то с горем пополам. Некоторые да, некоторые нет. Так, погоди, куда мы еще идем? Конец пути. А, здесь нет перемещения. Ну ладно. Нет, игры там наковырять можно, только хорошие я уже пробовал. Можно, конечно, попробовать еще раз. То есть в основном у меня на канале заходят стратегии и CRPG. Все остальное... Nope. Ну да так, если прям по жанрам смотреть. Ну, по крайней мере, если смотреть по заинтересованности людей. Метроидвания норм фист. Ну так, с горем пополам она норм. Я не спорю. Так, ну куда мы полетели? Я что-то пропустил этот момент.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
А мы на Ритяна хотели полететь, серьезно? Фига себе. Кенши мне самому очень сильно не нравится. Я про него думал, но... Нет. Понимаю, что сигналы точного времени. На сегодня это пройти хочется. О, как. Прикольно. Интригующе. Кстати, мульт Крайди Космос рекомендую.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Так, ну ладно, красиво. Не знаю, что происходит, но красиво.
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's
И нахрена
true,
цветок растет?
do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going
Да
to
я
end?
проходил Underrail, я там не прошел буквально чуть-чуть в самом конце.
Flower of Oblivion.
Ну там просто в конце уже людей просто на стриме не было.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis.
Прям не то, что мало кто был, вообще просто людей не было.
even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Look, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right.
Руинер, фуга, мелодия, стил, некромунда, харган. Ну, насчет некромунда, если вы доделали
Still too
дома.
early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Без экспедиции не пройдено. Ну, это да. Да, недалеко мы улетели.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Говорю, что-то новенькое у нас только, к сожалению, к концу октября будет. Прям без того, что мне по вкусу.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown Contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Угадал.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Ну, еще одна капсула гибернации, похоже.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk. What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Так, ни хера непонятно, но
Oh,
ладно.
goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least
Заинтриговали.
hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts
На
directly,
National Wrestling Legends
and
нет,
we
я не
have
помню, что
served
такое было.
without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will,
Что-то мне напоминает сюжет финалки 14. Чуть-чуть все это
Your fear is
дело.
not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
Ну, отдельный вопрос.
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Ну, потому что он хочет уничтожить вашу планету, нет?
Final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance?
Что-то не понимаю, они ИИ или они живые
In spite of our
существа?
long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Давай смотримся. Найдите остальных.
You can't seriously be buying anything that
Что-то я
creature
уже
told us,
засыпаю
right?
буквально, я уже
I mean,
никакой.
it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not.
Ну, понятно, да. Отобьемся, отобьемся.
Now they...
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Слишком много диалогов. Да, пожалуй, соглашусь. Ладно, давайте сохранимся, посмотрим. Я там в полглаза гляну на ютубчике, имеет ли смысл допроходить. Может, тут диалогов на 15 минут, и потом еще диалогов на 30 минут, и бой где-то еще минут на 30. Потому что я уже реально никакой, мне уже спать пора. Да, могли бы сделать диалоговые вставки, то есть пока мы бегаем, они диалог ведут. Было бы куда как лучше. Пробовал игрушку ДМД, польская, текстовая, в основном РПГ. Пробовал, ну я ее смотрел, я остался разочарован, я ожидал не того, чем она оказалась на самом деле. К сожалению. Такая вот фигня. Ладно, дамы и господа, поскольку я чертовски устал на сегодня, к сожалению. Все. И все, давайте запись стоп.